Hey, I'm really glad you're here. Take a moment to get comfortable wherever you are. Let your shoulders relax and let the day gently fall away. You don't need to do anything right now. Just listen and let the story unfold at its own pace. Whenever you're ready, we'll begin.
It's the soft fog journey of the midnight train. The night the fog learned to whisper. The fog came before the train. It always did, long before iron wheels sang upon the rails, before lanterns were lit, before the bell at the platform cried its lonely note into the dark. It's on that particular night, the fog rolled down from the low hills like a living thing, slow and careful, as if it were learning the shape of the land by touch alone. It gathered in the hollows between stone cottages, crept beneath wooden doors, and wrapped the old medieval town of Eldermere in a hush so deep that even the dogs stopped barking. Eldermere was not marked boldly on maps. Scholars argued whether it truly belonged to the present age or lingered stubbornly in another century. Its streets were narrow and uneven, paved with stones worn smooth by centuries of boots and hooves. Timber-framed houses leaned toward one another like old men sharing secrets. And church bells here rang softer than elsewhere, as though afraid to disturb something sleeping beneath the earth. And on nights like this, when the fog thickened and the moon dulled to a pale coin, the town remembered things it preferred to forget. At the edge of Eldermere stood the midnight platform, an old railway station built of dark stone and arched beams that echoed with footsteps even when none were there. Moss climbed its walls. Ivy clung stubbornly to its ironwork. The clock above the platform had lost its minute hand decades ago, yet somehow always struck 12 at exactly the right moment. No one knew how. The fog gathered thickest there, swirling in slow, deliberate patterns. Lantern light cut through it in trembling halos, making the world beyond appear unfinished, as if reality itself had paused mid-thought. Tonight, the fog was different. Those who paid close attention, mostly the elderly and the very young, felt it shifting, murmuring, breathing, whispering. Old Marta, the breadwife, who had lived 70 winters and baked loaves the size of newborn lambs, paused mid-step as she crossed the square. Her basket hung forgotten at her side. She tilted her head. "Did you hear that?" she muttered to no one. The fog brushed her cheeks, cool and damp, and for just a heartbeat she thought she heard her late husband's voice saying her name the way he used to, soft and careful, like it might break. She hurried home after that, bolting her door and muttering prayers older than the church itself. Not far away, beneath the stone arch that marked the path to the station, a boy named Tomas stood barefoot, his toes numb against the cold ground. He should have been asleep, but sleep avoided him on fog nights. It always had. He held a small wooden whistle carved by his grandfather, who had vanished on a foggy night many years ago, leaving behind only that whistle and a story no one finished telling. The fog curled around Tomas like a cloak. "Are you here again?" he whispered. The fog did not answer with words, but it stirred, thickening, thinning, as though listening. Far above, the stars hid themselves. Even the moon retreated, leaving the night to belong entirely to Eldermere and whatever else might be walking unseen through its streets. The fog remembered. It remembered the first rails laid by trembling hands, guided by a monk who claimed the metal had sung to him in a dream. It remembered the arguments in the council hall, whether a train should ever pass through a town built before time was measured by clocks. It remembered promises made in whispers, bargains sealed with silence rather than ink, and most of all, it remembered the first journey. Long ago, so long that only fragments remained in songs and half-burned manuscripts, the midnight train had not been a machine at all, but an idea, a passage, a moving threshold between what was known and what was not. The fog had been there then too, thicker even than tonight, curling around torchlight and prayers alike. That was the night the fog learned to whisper. At first, it whispered only to itself, testing sounds the way a child tests steps. Then it whispered to the rails, to the stones, to the waiting air. Eventually, it learned the most dangerous thing of all, how to whisper to people. Now, centuries later, it remembered how. A faint chime drifted through the fog, soft, uncertain. The station bell. 12 strikes were coming. Inside the station office, Master Aldrich, the keeper of records, dipped his quill into ink and paused. His hands trembled despite himself. He had been the station's caretaker for 40 years, long enough to know when something was not right. The air felt heavier tonight, pressing against his chest as if urging him to remember something he had carefully folded away. He glanced at the ledger before him. Every midnight train journey was recorded there, yet certain pages were blank, not torn, not erased, simply empty. Aldrich had learned never to ask why. Still, tonight, one of those blank pages fluttered, though there was no wind. From outside came a sound that was not quite a voice and not quite the wind either. A whisper. "Not yet," Aldrich murmured, closing the ledger with shaking fingers. "Please, not yet." The clock above the platform shuddered. Its hour hand twitched. Somewhere deep within the fog, iron stirred. The midnight train did not arrive like ordinary trains. There was no distant whistle, no gradual rumble. Instead, the sound appeared suddenly, as if it had always been there, waiting to be noticed. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the stones, through bones, through memories. Lantern flames bent toward the tracks. Tomas felt it first, a pull behind his ribs, as though an invisible thread had tightened around his heart. He clutched his whistle, eyes wide, breath fogging the air before him. The rails gleamed wetly as the fog parted, not clearing, never fully clearing, but making room. Slowly, reverently, the shape of the train emerged. It was old, older than steam, older than steel should have been. Its carriages were paneled in dark wood etched with symbols worn smooth by countless touches. Brass fittings gleamed softly, though no one could recall polishing them. The wheels did not shriek, they whispered, rolling as gently as a breath. and at the front a lantern burned with a pale blue flame that did not flicker. The train stopped. Silence followed, thick, expectant. No doors opened yet. The fog pressed close, curling around the carriages like fingers around a secret. It whispered again, this time louder, clearer. Not words exactly, but meanings, regret, longing, curiosity, unfinished things. Across Eldermere, people stirred in their sleep. Some dreamed of places they had never been. Others dreamed of faces they had lost. A few woke suddenly, hearts pounding, certain that someone or something had called their name. Tomas took a step forward before he knew he was moving. From the train came a soft knock, once, twice, as if someone inside were politely asking permission. As the platform clock struck 12, the fog inhaled, and the journey, though no one yet knew it, had begun. A platform lit by lanterns and unfinished goodbyes. The doors of the midnight train did not open at once. They never did. The train preferred patience, as though it wished to be certain that those who stood upon the platform truly meant to be there. As the fog thickened again after the clock's final strike, swallowing the edges of the world until only the platform, the train, and the lantern-lit figures upon it remained. Everything beyond felt like memory rather than place. Lanterns hung from iron hooks along the platform, their amber light soft and uneven. Each flame flickered differently, some tall and confident, others small and trembling, as if reflecting the souls of those who had come without fully understanding why. Shadows stretched and twisted, pooling at the feet of the waiting passengers. They had arrived quietly. No one remembered deciding to come. Old Marta found herself standing near the bench where her husband once used to wait for her aftermarket days. Her bread basket was still in her hands, warm loaves wrapped in cloth. She frowned at it, confused. "I was baking," she murmured. I was. But the memory slipped away like mist through fingers. Nearby stood Sir Edwin of Brookville, his cloak heavy with travel, dust though he had not ridden in years. A knight no longer young, his sword was ceremonial now, its edge dulled by time rather than battle. He rested his hand upon its hilt out of habit, eyes narrowed at the train with a mixture of suspicion and weary respect. "I swore never again," he muttered, to whom he could not say. A young woman in a woolen cloak stood alone beneath the far lantern, her face half hidden by shadow. She clutched a folded letter to her chest so tightly that her knuckles had gone pale. The wax seal had been broken and pressed smooth again and again, as though she hoped the words might change if she worried them enough. Her name was Alara, though no one there knew it yet, not even herself, not fully. She only knew the letter was unfinished, the ink trailing off mid-sentence, and that it had been written to someone who never returned. Children were rare on the midnight platform, but Tomas stood among the adults as if he belonged there, the fog curling around his small frame protectively. His wooden whistle hung from a string around his neck. He did not blow it. He never did, not since the night his grandfather vanished. He watched the train with wide, unblinking eyes. Above them all, the station clock creaked softly, its single hand shuddering before settling into stillness once more. 12 had passed, yet time felt suspended, as though the world had taken a careful breath and was holding it. At last, with a sound like a sigh through old wood, the doors began to open, not all at once. One carriage door slid aside first, then another farther down the train, then a third near the rear. Each opening was accompanied by a faint exhale of pale blue light that spilled onto the platform and mingled with the lantern glow. The light felt cool against the skin, soothing rather than cold. Still, no one moved. The midnight train demanded choice. A figure appeared in the doorway of the central carriage. He was tall and slender, dressed in a long coat the color of weathered ink. Silver thread traced subtle patterns along its hem, symbols that seemed to shift when looked at directly. His hair was dark, streaked with gray, pulled neatly back. His face bore the calm of someone who had seen every kind of farewell and learned not to flinch. The conductor. He did not announce himself. He did not call out destinations. He merely inclined his head slightly, acknowledging those gathered as equals rather than passengers. "The platform is open," he said softly. His voice carried easily, though he did not raise it. It sounded neither young nor old, but timeless, like a bell heard underwater. A murmur passed through the crowd. Sir Edwin shifted his weight. Old Marta tightened her grip on her basket. Ilara's breath caught in her throat. Tomas felt his heart thud painfully against his ribs. No one stepped forward. The conductor waited. At last, a man near the rear, broad-shouldered, his hands scarred from years of honest labor, took a hesitant step toward the open door. His eyes were red, though whether from fog or tears was impossible to tell. "I just want to see her," he said hoarsely, "just once more." The conductor studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "As many say," he replied, "and as many forget to ask what it costs." The man swallowed but did not retreat. He climbed aboard, the door closing gently behind him without a sound. The fog stirred. Something shifted within it, approval, perhaps, or anticipation. That was enough. Movement rippled across the platform like a slow tide. One by one, people stepped forward, drawn by threads they could not see but deeply felt. Some walked with purpose, others with visible reluctance. The few hesitated at the threshold, hands hovering inches from the door as memories surged and faltered. Old Marta reached the door and stopped. "I didn't say goodbye," she whispered, tears blurring her vision. "I was angry, over nothing." The conductor's eyes softened. "The train does not judge," he said. "It only carries." She nodded, squared her shoulders, and boarded. Sir Edwin paused longer than most. He rested his palm against the wooden frame of the carriage, feeling the faint vibration beneath it. "I left men behind," he said quietly. "Good men." The conductor met his gaze. "Did you mean to?" he asked. Sir Edwin shook his head. "Then the question remains," said the conductor, stepping aside. Edwin boarded without another word. Ilara was last among the adults. She stood trembling beneath the lantern, the letter pressed to her heart. When she reached the door, her courage faltered. "What if I don't find him?" she whispered. "What if I find something worse?" The conductor did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his coat and withdrew a small brass token etched with a symbol of an open eye. "The midnight train does not promise comfort," he said gently, "only truth." Ilara closed her eyes, then she stepped aboard. The doors remained open. Only Tomas stood upon the platform now. The fog curled low, brushing his ankles like a living thing urging him forward. As the lanterns flickered, one by one dimming slightly, as though their work here was nearly done, the conductor looked down at the boy. "You are young," he said. "I know," Tomas replied. "You may turn back. I know. You may forget this night." Tomas shook his head. "I never forget fog nights." The conductor studied him closely now, his expression unreadable. "What do you seek?" he asked. Tomas lifted the wooden whistle from his chest. "My grandfather," he said. "He promised he'd teach me the last song." Something passed through the conductor's eyes, something like sorrow or recognition. "Then come," he said at last. Tomas climbed aboard. The door closed behind him with a final, gentle click. On the platform, the lanterns dimmed further, their light softening until shadows blurred into one another. The fog lingered a moment longer, as though reluctant to let go. Then the train stirred. Inside the carriages, warmth replaced the chill of the night. Oil lamps glowed softly along paneled walls, illuminating velvet seats and narrow corridors that seemed longer than the train should allow. The air smelled faintly of old books, polished wood, and something else, something like rain on distant stone. Passengers settled into seats without guidance, each drawn to a place that felt oddly familiar. Some found themselves alone in compartments meant for many. Others sat beside strangers who felt like echoes of people they once knew. Tomas sat by a window, his feet barely touching the floor. Outside, the fog pressed close, obscuring the platform entirely now. "Where are we going?" he asked aloud. The train answered by moving. Without a jolt, without a sound louder than a sigh, the midnight train began to roll forward. The windows filled with swirling white as the station slipped away, not backward but inward, as though being folded neatly into memory. Inside the station office, Master Aldrich felt the moment the train departed. He sank heavily into his chair, hands clasped before him. "Forgive us," he whispered, to the ledger, to the fog, to the pages yet unwritten. The clock above the platform ticked once, then stopped. Far from Eldermere, beneath hills no traveler mapped, and beneath stars that refused to shine, the midnight train entered its first stretch of true darkness. And behind it, on a platform lit by lanterns and unfinished goodbyes, nothing remained but fog and the echoes of choices made. When the midnight train breathed like a living thing, the first tunnel came without warning. There was no signpost, no change in sound, no sharp plunge into darkness. One moment the windows were filled with rolling fog, pale and endless, and the next moment the world outside folded inward, replaced by a darkness so complete it felt almost soft. The lamps inside the carriage brightened slightly on their own, as if responding to the train's mood rather than any switch or hand. The midnight train exhaled. That was the only way Tomas could describe it. A deep, steady breath moved through the floorboards, along the walls, up into the ceiling beams. The wood beneath his feet warmed, pulsing gently like the chest of a sleeping animal. The sensation was not frightening, only unfamiliar. He pressed his palm against the wall. It hummed back, not loudly. Not insistently, just enough to let him know it was aware of him. Across the carriage, Sir Edwin felt it too. He straightened in his seat, spine stiff, every old instinct alert. He had slept in armor during sieges, had learned to sense danger in silence, but this was different. This presence did not threaten, it observed. "This is no ordinary engine," he muttered. Old Marta nodded, though she sat several seats away. She had set her bread basket carefully at her feet, smoothing the cloth as if it might feel neglected otherwise. "No," she agreed softly. "It breathes like something that remembers being alive." The conductor moved through the carriage then, his footsteps soundless despite the solid wood beneath him. He did not hurry. He never hurried. His eyes passed over each passenger with quiet attention, lingering a fraction longer on some than others. Lilara watched him approach, her heart tightening. "Excuse me," she said before he could pass. Her voice wavered despite her effort to steady it. "How long is the journey?" The conductor stopped beside her seat. "That depends," he replied. "On what?" "On how long it takes you to listen." She frowned. "Listen to what?" He tilted his head slightly, as though considering how much to say. "To the spaces between things," he answered at last. Then he moved on. Alara stared after him, unsettled. She unfolded her letter again, reading the final unfinished line for what felt like the 100th time. "And if the fog comes, wait for me at..." The ink faded into nothing. The train shifted beneath them, slowing, then steadying. Outside the windows, faint lights appeared, pinpricks at first, then blurred streaks of amber and blue sliding past. Tomas leaned forward eagerly. "Are those stars?" he asked. The conductor, now at the far end of the carriage, replied without turning. "No," he said, "those are moments." The boy blinked. "Moments passed," the conductor added, "and passing still." Tomas pressed his face closer to the glass. Shapes emerged within the light, fleeting, half-formed. A woman laughing beside a hearth, a man kneeling in the snow, hands bloody. A child running through tall grass, shouting a name that echoed and vanished. The images were gone as quickly as they appeared. Tomas pulled back, breathless. "I saw." "Yes," said the conductor gently. "You did." Sir Edwin closed his eyes, jaw clenched. He had seen his own moments too, though he would never admit it aloud. A banner falling, a gate closing too soon, a young soldier's face, eyes wide with trust that had not been deserved. The midnight train breathed again, deeper this time. Its carriages flexed subtly, joints adjusting, as if stretching limbs long unused. Somewhere beneath them, wheels turned not against rails but against something smoother, quieter, like polished stone or compacted time itself. In another carriage, farther ahead, a woman began to cry. It was not loud. It was the sort of weeping that slipped out despite effort, quiet and relentless. The sound traveled through the train's bones, reaching every passenger whether they wished it to or not. Old Marta closed her eyes and whispered a prayer she had learned from her grandmother, a prayer meant for souls wandering between places. Ilara's hands shook. She stood, following the sound down the narrow corridor. The train allowed her passage, the walls subtly shifting to give her space. Doors opened for her without touch, then closed again once she passed. She found the woman seated alone in a small compartment, her face buried in her hands. "I'm sorry," Ilara said softly. "I heard you." The woman looked up, startled. Her eyes were red but clear. "I didn't mean to disturb anyone," she said. It's showing me things." Ilara nodded. "Me too." They sat together in silence, the train humming around them. The woman's breathing slowly steadied. "It feels like the train knows," she said finally. "Like it knows what we're trying not to remember." Ilara swallowed. "Yes." In the rear carriage, Tomas slid off his seat and knelt, pressing his ear to the floor. The hum changed when he did that, deepened, slowed. "Hello," he whispered. The train responded with a warmer vibration, almost playful. "Do you know my grandfather?" Tomas asked. The hum stuttered, not stopped, hesitated. Tomas's chest tightened. "He disappeared," he said, "on a fog night just like this." The floor beneath him warmed further, the vibration shifting into a pattern, slow, careful, like someone choosing steps across thin ice. The conductor appeared beside him, kneeling so their eyes were level. "You hear more than most," he said quietly. Tomas nodded. "He taught me to." "Then listen closely," the conductor replied. "Not all disappearances are endings, but some are," Tomas said. The conductor did not deny it. The train emerged briefly from the darkness into a vast open space. The windows revealed a landscape that should not have existed, rolling fields beneath a twilight sky, though no sun or moon was visible. Stone markers dotted the land, each etched with symbols similar to those on the conductor's coat. Sir Edwin leaned forward. "I know this place," he whispered. "But I've never been here." The conductor stood at the front of the carriage now, hands folded behind his back. "This is the first crossing," he announced, "where the train remembers why it was built." Old Marta felt tears prick her eyes. "It's beautiful," she said. "It is unfinished," the conductor corrected gently. As they watched, figures appeared among the stone markers, translucent, pale, moving slowly. They were not ghosts, not quite. They looked solid enough, yet distant, like reflections seen through thick glass. "Who are they?" Ilara asked, her voice barely audible. "Travelers," the conductor replied, "who chose not to return." A chill passed through the carriage. Sir Edwin stood. "You said this train carries," he said. "You did not say it keeps." The conductor met his gaze evenly. "Every journey offers a return," he said. "Not every return resembles what was left behind." The train began to move again. The landscape faded, folding inward like a page turned too quickly. Darkness returned, but it felt less empty now, charged, listening. The midnight train breathed faster. Its hum grew louder, more complex, layered with rhythms Tomas almost recognized. He lifted his whistle, fingers trembling. "Don't," the conductor said softly. "Why?" "Because if you play," the conductor replied, "the train will answer." Tomas lowered the whistle slowly, though his hands ached to raise it again. "What happens then?" he asked. The conductor looked away, toward the front of the train where the blue lantern burned steadily. "Then," he said, "memories wake." The train surged forward, speed increasing without sound. Lamps flickered, then steadied. Passengers gripped armrests, breath caught between fear and wonder. Lara clutched her letter as the air thickened around her. The ink shimmered faintly, as though considering finishing itself. Sir Edwin closed his eyes and bowed his head. Old Marta whispered a name she had not spoken in 20 years, and Tomas smiled faintly. Because beneath the fear, beneath the unanswered questions, he felt something else now. Hope. The midnight train inhaled once more, and somewhere ahead, unseen but undeniably near, the first true station waited. Passengers who carried more than luggage. The first true station did not announce itself with walls or roofs. There was no platform, no signboard, no waiting bench carved by time. Instead, the midnight train slowed as if approaching something fragile, something that could be startled if named too loudly. The hum beneath the floor softened, settling into a low, thoughtful rhythm, like a heart easing after a long climb. Outside the windows, the darkness thinned. Shapes emerged, not buildings, but presences. Tall silhouettes stood at measured distances from the tracks, each one unmoving, patient. They were not made of fog, nor stone, nor shadow, but something quieter still. Memory, perhaps, or intention. Tomas pressed his hands to the glass. "Are they people?" he whispered. The conductor stood nearby, gaze fixed forward. "They were," he said, "and in some ways they still are." The train came to a complete stop. Silence followed, not empty silence, but the kind that waits. Then, one by one, doors opened inside the carriages, not outward, inward. Panels in the walls slid aside where no doors had been before, revealing narrow passages that led not between cars, but through them. Corridors of polished wood and dim lamplight that curved gently, disappearing from sight. Warm air drifted out, carrying scents that stirred memories uninvited. Iron and rain, parchment and smoke, bread crust and pine resin. Passengers shifted uneasily. Sir Edwin rose first, hand resting instinctively on his sword. "This was not mentioned," he said. The conductor inclined his head. Few journeys explain themselves in advance. Old Marta clutched her basket tighter. "Are we meant to go in there?" "Yes," said the conductor. "Those who are willing." "And if we are not?" asked Alara. The conductor met her eyes. Then you will remain exactly as you are. That answer settled heavily among them. A man with ink-stained fingers, one Tomas had not noticed before, laughed softly, without humor. "Seems we've been doing that long enough," he said, and stepped into one of the corridors. The passage accepted him. The wall sealed smoothly behind his back, leaving no trace that it had ever opened. A tremor passed through the carriage, not fear, but recognition. Sir Edwin exhaled sharply through his nose. "Cowardice has never served me," he muttered, and followed. Old Marta hesitated. She looked down at her basket, then slowly lifted the cloth. Inside, the loaves were no longer whole. They were broken neatly in half, still warm, steam rising. Her eyes filled with tears. "Always giving," she whispered, "never asking." She stepped forward. Ilara remained seated, heart pounding. She felt the corridor watching her, waiting, not impatient, but expectant. Her letter burned against her chest. "What happens inside?" she asked. The conductor's voice softened. "You meet what you've been carrying." She closed her eyes and stood. Tomas was the last. He approached the opening slowly, then paused and looked up at the conductor. "Will I get lost?" he asked. The conductor knelt again, face level with his. "No," he said firmly, "but you may come back changed." Tomas smiled faintly. "That's okay." He stepped inside. The corridors were not all the same. Some were short and straight, ending in small rooms lit by hearth fire or candlelight. Others curved and twisted, branching like roots beneath ancient trees. Each passage adjusted itself subtly to the one walking it, widening for broad shoulders, lowering for small frames, warming or cooling as needed. Sir Edwin's corridor smelled of iron and damp earth. His boots echoed as he walked, the sound oddly familiar. The walls were stone now, not wood, rough beneath his fingertips. Torches flared as he passed, casting shadows that stretched into the shape of raised spears and fallen banners. He emerged into a vast hall. It was a keep. Not one he recognized exactly, yet every stone felt known to him. Long tables lay overturned. Shields lined the walls, cracked and dented. At the far end, a massive gate stood half open, moonlight spilling through. And there, kneeling near the gate, was a young man in battered armor, blood seeping between his fingers. Sir Edwin's breath left him in a ragged whisper. "No." The young man looked up. "Commander," he said, relief flooding his face. "You came back." Sir Edwin staggered forward. "I ordered the retreat," he said hoarsely. You thought the gate would hold," the young man finished. "It didn't." Sir Edwin knelt, hands shaking. "I should have stayed." The young man smiled faintly. "You did what you believed would save the most lives." Sir Edwin clenched his fists. "It didn't save yours." The hall trembled. The torches flickered, shadows twisting. The young man's smile did not fade. "You carried me with you," he said gently. "That is heavier than any armor." Sir Edwin bowed his head, tears striking stone. When he looked up again, the hall was empty. Only his sword remained, no longer dulled, its edge bright, though marked with hairline cracks that glimmered like veins. He lifted it slowly. not lighter, but balanced. The corridor reopened behind him. Old Marta's passage was narrow and low, forcing her to stoop slightly. The air smelled of yeast and wood smoke. She emerged into a familiar space, a bakery, small and warm, its stone oven glowing softly. Her younger self stood at the work table, hands kneading dough with practiced ease. As a man leaned against the doorframe, laughing, flour smudged on his cheek. "You always make too much," he said, "and you always eat it," the younger Marta replied, smiling. Old Marta covered her mouth. "I was angry that day," she whispered. "He burned the bread," he laughed. The scene shifted, the oven darkened. The man lay in a bed near the hearth, breath shallow, eyes tired but kind. "I'll be back before the fog lifts," he said. "You said that every time," old Marta sobbed. She reached out, but her hand passed through memory like mist. "I never told you I forgave you," she said. "For the small things, for the big ones." The younger man turned as though hearing her at last. "I knew," he said simply. The bakery brightened. The oven glowed again. On the table sat a single loaf, whole and unbroken. As old Marta lifted it, warmth seeping into her hands, not burning, not fading. When she returned to the carriage, her basket was empty, but her hands were steady. Ilara's corridor was silent, no scent, no sound, only light, cool and pale, like early dawn. She stepped into a wide room with no walls, only an endless horizon beneath a gray sky. In the center stood a writing desk, simple and worn. A man sat there, quill in hand, staring at an unfinished letter. Her breath caught painfully. "You promised," she whispered. As he looked up, startled. "Ilara," he said. She ran to him. "Why didn't you come back?" "I tried," he said softly, "but I was afraid." "Of what?" "Of changing," he replied. "Of returning and finding that I no longer fit the life we imagined." And tears streamed down her face. "So you left me with half a sentence." He lowered his gaze. "I thought silence would hurt less than truth." She laughed bitterly. "It didn't." The desk trembled. The letter lifted, pages fluttering. Ink flowed where it had once stopped. "Wait for me at the place where the fog thins, for I am afraid, but I am coming." Ilara reached out and folded the completed letter, pressing it to her heart. When she turned back, the man was gone, but the horizon had lightened. Tomas's corridor felt playful. The walls hummed softly, echoing his footsteps in odd rhythms. The air smelled of pine needles and cold rivers. He emerged into a forest clearing beneath a starless sky. A fire crackled at the center. An old man sat beside it, carving a wooden whistle. "Grandpa," Tomas breathed. As the man looked up, eyes bright. "You're late," he said. "You said you'd teach me the last song." "I know," the old man replied. "But songs like that are learned on the road." Tomas frowned. "Why did you leave?" The old man's smile softened. "Because the train called, and because some journeys must be taken so others can follow." He handed Tomas the whistle. "This one listen back," he said. Tomas clutched it, heart racing. "Will you come home?" The old man stood, resting a hand on Tomas's head. Not yet, he said, but you're closer now. The fire dimmed, the clearing faded. When Tomas returned to the carriage, the whistle felt warmer than before. The corridors closed. One by one, passengers returned to their seats, altered in ways that could not be measured. The midnight train hummed differently now, deeper, richer, layered with new rhythms. The conductor stood at the front once more. "You see," he said quietly, "no one travels empty-handed." Outside, the silhouettes had vanished. The train began to move again. And somewhere ahead, where memory grew less gentle and truth less forgiving, another station waited. Windows that reflected memories instead of faces. The train rolled through a darkness that was no longer mere absence. It had weight, a presence, something that seemed alive in its patient silence. The hum beneath the carriages shifted, subtle and rhythmic, like a heartbeat shared between wood and steel. Lanterns glowed faintly along the walls, their light hesitant, as though acknowledging what lay ahead. Passengers moved uneasily in their seats. None spoke, yet every sigh, every shuffle of feet echoed faintly through the corridors, mingling with the soft vibrations of the train. Tomas pressed his face to the window, expecting fog, stars, or passing countryside. Instead, the glass rippled, faintly like water disturbed by a stone. And then he saw it, not the world outside, but himself, at least, a version of himself that was both familiar and strange. He was younger there, running barefoot through rain-soaked streets, laughter spilling from his mouth without fear or hesitation. And behind him, a shadow followed, not threatening but patient. He recognized it immediately, the absence of his grandfather, the hollow left when a promise had gone unkept. Tomas' heart ached. He clutched the wooden whistle the old man had given him, feeling its warmth pulse in time with the train's hum. "Grandfather," he whispered. The glass remained silent, reflecting not a reply, but more memories, shifting like smoke. Elsewhere, Sir Edwin sat stiffly in his seat, eyes drawn to the window across from him. For a moment, he thought he saw his own reflection. Then slowly, the face melted into another. The soldiers he had lost to poorly timed orders, the men whose loyalty he had failed to honor. One by one, their eyes met his, not with accusation, but with a quiet question. "Why did you survive when we did not?" He clenched his fists, but no sound left his mouth. The train hummed and exhaled almost soothingly. It seemed to tell him, "Look, remember, learn, do not flinch." Old Marta's gaze, meanwhile, was caught in a window that shimmered with something warm yet bitterly familiar. She saw her own younger hands shaping loaves of bread, flour dusting her apron, laughter in her eyes that had long faded. But beside that image, another appeared. Her husband, his face lined with worry, calling for her from across a storm-tossed square. She remembered the argument they had never fully resolved, the small words left unsaid that had grown heavy over decades. Tears welled in her eyes. She pressed her palms to the glass as if she could reach through time. "I forgive you," she whispered, voice trembling. "I hope you forgive me too." The reflection shifted. He nodded faintly. a gesture that seemed both impossible and comforting. Ilara sat frozen, clutching the folded letter against her chest. The glass before her remained dark for a long moment. Then it shimmered, revealing a street from long ago, cobblestones wet with rain, lanterns glowing along the eaves. A younger version of herself ran through the rain, reaching for a hand that was just out of grasp. The hand belonged to the man who had left her letter unfinished, a pale hope lingering in his eyes, uncertainty and fear intertwined. She gasped softly. The memory twisted, showing an alternate path. What might have happened had she left that night? What might have happened had he returned sooner? Each reflection was weighted with choices never made, possibilities abandoned. The train breathed again, a low, resonant sigh that seemed to stir the passengers' own breaths into rhythm. Tomas turned and noticed the conductor standing silently at the end of the carriage. His gaze swept over each passenger, calm, deliberate, knowing. "Windows do not merely show what you see," the conductor said, voice low and smooth. "They reveal what you carry, not only memories, but the truths you avoid." Tomas' eyes widened. Even the ones I don't want to remember." "And especially those," replied the conductor. Sir Edwin turned to him sharply. "Truths," he said, voice gruff. "I've faced truths before. War taught me all there is to know." The conductor's eyes softened. "War teaches obedience. It teaches survival. It rarely teaches understanding. Some truths remain hidden until the right journey begins." Old Marta pressed her forehead to the glass. Her reflection now merged her young self and her present self. She saw the life she had lived, the choices she had made. She saw kindnesses offered, regrets unspoken, love that had been buried beneath years of routine. The train hummed beneath them, vibrating slightly as if acknowledging her recognition. Ilara's window shimmered again. She saw the man at the desk, quill suspended over paper, frozen mid-thought. And she saw herself, younger and braver, stepping into the unknown. The letter she held pulsed gently in her hands as though responding to the vision. She swallowed hard. I can't change it," she whispered. The conductor leaned close. "No," he said softly. "You cannot change what has passed, but you can understand it, and understanding is the only way forward." Tomas pressed the whistle to his lips, considering blowing it. The glass before him shimmered again. His grandfather was there, not moving, waiting. And behind him, a faint ripple in the fog suggested others, watching. "Not yet," the conductor said, placing a gentle hand on Tomas' shoulder. "The whistle calls too loudly. Let the reflections speak first." Tomas nodded, though his heart pounded. One by one, passengers murmured, whispered, sometimes cried softly as the windows revealed fragments of lives both lived and unlived. No two reflections were the same. The train seemed to adjust, expanding or contracting the vision space for each person individually. Sir Edwin's reflections grew longer, showing not only those he had failed to save but the moments in which he could have acted differently. Each memory tugged at his conscience, each moment of hesitation or fear amplified in the stillness. As he gripped his sword, feeling the weight of both metal and memory, old Marta's reflections shifted again, revealing not only love and regret, but the kindnesses she had offered quietly, without expectation. Each loaf of bread she had given, each hand held in passing, appeared as gentle spirits dancing beside her younger self. Ilara's visions continued to shift, showing roads not taken, letters never written, hands never held. And yet each reflection also offered a glimmer of courage, a faint light that whispered, "You survived, you endured, you may still act." The train hummed in acknowledgement. From somewhere ahead, a soft exhale moved through the carriages. Tomas felt it vibrate beneath his feet, a gentle pulse that matched the rhythm of his own heart. He pressed his hand to the glass, feeling the warmth from the other side, though he knew it was only a reflection. The conductor's voice filled the carriage again. Every journey demands you meet yourself before moving forward. These windows are guides, not judges. Tomas looked up. Are they real? They are more real than you can measure, the conductor replied, and yet less real than what comes next. Outside, the fog pressed closer, curling against the glass. Shapes moved within it, indistinct and hesitant. Some looked like figures, some like rolling hills, and some like whispers of things Tomas could not name. The train glided among them, the windows reflecting more than just light. They reflected the possibility of change, the weight of memory, and the truths waiting to be acknowledged. Sir Edwin leaned back, exhaling slowly. "I've been running from these," he admitted softly, voice almost lost among the hum. All these years, the conductor placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. "No one runs truly from themselves," he said. "The question is, will you face what the train shows or let it pass until the next journey?" Old Marta touched her basket, now empty, and nodded slightly. She no longer feared the reflections, only the moments she had ignored for too long. Ilara clutched the completed letter and placed it gently in her lap. She understood now that closure was never given, it was earned. Tomas breathed steadily, feeling the pulse beneath the carriage as a reminder that the journey was alive, breathing with them. His grandfather's figure shimmered faintly in the corner of his vision, patient, waiting, not yet speaking. The windows shifted again. Each reflection dissolved into a flicker of blue light, then a memory half remembered, half imagined. No one moved. No one spoke. The midnight train carried them forward, past the threshold of memory, into the spaces where stories waited to unfold. The lanterns along the walls dimmed slightly. Shadows lengthened. The hum beneath the train deepened into something almost like a melody, slow, solemn, yet comforting. Passengers began to sense it together, without exchanging words. The train was alive, not just as a machine, but as a keeper, a witness, a guide. It bore the weight of every reflection, every unspoken word, every unfinished goodbye. And as the train's rhythm carried them forward, each passenger understood a quiet truth. They were no longer alone with their memories. They were traveling with them, through them, and towards something just beyond the horizon of their own understanding. Stations that appeared only in dreams. The train slowed. Not abruptly, not with the mechanical jolt of ordinary engines, but as if it were sinking into the air itself, a gentle descent into some hidden layer of the world. Outside, the fog thickened once more, but this fog was different. It no longer clung to the edges of the platform or the streets of Eldermere. It shimmered in colors Tomas had never seen: soft indigo, muted amber, and pale silver, swirling together like ink dropped into water. Passengers pressed their faces to the windows. Shapes formed from the fog, twisting and coalescing, until each seemed almost solid, almost familiar. There were houses, tiny and crooked, their chimneys puffing smoke into a sky without stars. There were marketplaces, quiet but arranged in impossible geometries, streets bending gently to suit no map or rule. And there were figures moving in the haze, people who had never existed, or people they had forgotten, walking, running, calling names that no one recognized yet. "It's a station," old Marta whispered, voice trembling. "It looks alive." The conductor, standing quietly near the front of the carriage, inclined his head slightly. These stations exist only for those willing to remember and to imagine. They are stopping that reality has no claim to. They open only in dreams or in journeys like this. Tomas shivered. He pressed his hands to the glass. Outside, a station emerged. A long, narrow platform lined with lanterns that glowed like captured sunlight, though the sky above remained deep gray. Tiny trains, delicate and shining, ran along the edges of the platform, their passengers invisible. A man stepped out of one of the fog-formed trains. His coat was long, and his hair fell in waves over his shoulders. Tomas blinked. There was something familiar in the way he walked, though Tomas could not place him. "Who is that?" Tomas asked the conductor, voice low. "Someone waiting," the conductor replied. "Or perhaps someone remembering. Sometimes they are the same thing." Sir Edwin leaned forward, gripping the edge of his seat. "Why do these stations appear only now? Why not in the real world?" The conductor smiled faintly. "Because the real world cannot hold them. It is too rigid. Only in places between sleep and wakefulness, in the folds of thought and memory, do they exist." Old Marta took a hesitant step toward the corridor connecting the carriages. The air shimmered around her as if the walls themselves had softened. She could hear faint music, harps, flutes, a melody she could almost place but could not. It tugged at her chest, familiar and distant all at once. "Do we get off?" she asked. "Only if you wish to," said the conductor. "But the train waits for no one, and stations such as these are patient only for those willing to look within." Elara's eyes widened. Beyond her window, a station appeared like a mirror of her childhood home. The fog parted to reveal a garden, winding stone paths, and a single delicate tree whose branches reached skyward, though the sky remained unformed. She could see herself as a child, chasing after a cat with stripes of silver, laughing in a way she had long forgotten. "It can't be real," she whispered. "No," said the conductor softly. "But what it shows is truer than any reality you know. Sometimes truth hides behind doors that only dreams can open." Tomas pressed the whistle to his lips instinctively. The sound was muffled, absorbed into the train. The fog shimmered as if responding, forming a delicate archway on the platform ahead. He saw his grandfather again, seated on a low bench beneath a lamp that glowed like the sun at twilight. The figure beckoned without speaking. Sir Edwin's reflection in the window shifted. He saw the battlefields of his youth, the faces of the men he had lost, not in rows of grief, but arranged as if paused mid-laugh, mid-step, mid-word. One of them extended a hand, silent, patient, waiting for him to take it. The train hummed, vibrating gently beneath their feet. The rhythm was slower now, deliberate, like a heartbeat aligning with something unseen. Passengers who had begun to speak softly to one another fell silent again, as if realizing conversation was unnecessary here. Words could not match the depth of what the fog and the stations were revealing. Old Marta stepped into the corridor. Her feet felt unusually light, almost floating, and as she moved, the train seemed to fold around her, guiding her gently toward a door that had never existed before. She emerged into a station built entirely of stone and soft glass. Lanterns floated in midair, casting warm light on wooden benches and cobblestone floors. A fountain bubbled quietly in the center, though no water could be seen beyond the shimmering mist. She paused, heart pounding, and then saw him. Her husband, younger, alive, smiling, holding out a loaf of bread as he had on the day they met. She ran toward him, but every step stretched longer, slower, as if the station itself were testing her resolve. "You remembered," he said simply. "You always remembered." Tears blurred her vision. "I never forgot," she whispered. The figure of him dissolved slowly, leaving only warmth in her hands, a memory preserved, a reconciliation made without speech. She turned, and the corridor led her back to the carriage, the lanterns dimming as she passed. Ilara's journey through the dream station was similar but different. She walked through halls lined with mirrors that reflected not her face but the life she could have had, the choices she might have made, the people she might have loved and lost. Each reflection offered questions. Did you wait too long? Did you forgive yourself? Did you trust enough? She stopped before one mirror where she saw herself holding the completed letter, but there was no ink on it. Only a glow, faint and persistent, as if the letter itself had grown sentient. She reached out. The glow expanded, enveloping her hands and filling her chest with warmth. The calm certainty entered her. Some answers were not to be found outside, but inside. Tomas approached his grandfather's bench again. The figure nodded toward him. Tomas sat and listened, though no words were spoken. The whistle in his hands hummed faintly, vibrating in response to the grandfather's gaze. It was a song unsung, a melody waiting to be learned. Sir Edwin's station appeared darker, harsher. Stone walls rose around him, but within them he saw the same faces of soldiers, now moving, alive again, replaying the moments he had failed to protect. He reached out, touching the stone wall as if to join them, but the conductor's hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Do not interfere," the conductor said. "Observe, learn, understand. Some truths are heavy, heavier than your sword." Edwin nodded slowly. "And if I fail again?" "You do not fail," the conductor replied. "You bear, and bearing is enough." The train shifted again. Each station, each vision, folded into the mist behind them. Carriages hummed in harmony, responding to the passengers' discoveries, their reconciliations, their awakenings. Every reflection, every memory became part of the train itself, woven into the rails, the wood, the lanterns, and the hum beneath. Outside, fog continued to swirl, thick and eternal, but no longer oppressive. It carried color now, subtle and alive. Amber for hope, silver for memory, indigo for mystery. The passengers glimpsed stations as fleeting shapes through it, knowing that some they would see only once, and others would return to in fragments. Old Marta, Ilara, Tomas, and Sir Edwin all returned to their seats, hearts lighter, minds deeper. They understood, though not fully, that the stations existed only because they were ready to confront the parts of themselves hidden from ordinary life. And the conductor, he walked to the front, silently acknowledging the passengers' progress. The midnight train breathed once more, low and steady, moving forward through the fog. Ahead lay the next chapter of the journey, where the conductor would reveal what he had known all along, and where the past and present would begin to collide in ways no one could yet imagine. The train moved on. The windows no longer reflected just memory. They reflected possibility, choice, and the threads of lives intertwined in ways unseen but deeply felt. The conductor's secrets and the weight of unspoken truths. The train moved with a new rhythm. The hum beneath the carriages deepened, like the slow toll of a distant bell. It was no longer only a heartbeat. It was a pulse that threaded through each passenger, connecting them, binding them to the train, to each other, and to the memories they had confronted in the stations that appeared only in dreams. Tomas sat near a window, the wooden whistle clutched tightly in his hands. He could feel the vibrations in the carriage floor, synchronizing with the faint warmth of his grandfather's memory that lingered like a quiet flame. He pressed the whistle to his lips, but the conductor's shadow fell over him before a single note could escape. "Not yet," the conductor said, voice soft as the brush of fog against glass. "Some songs are meant to awaken slowly, with understanding already present. The whistle calls too soon, and the journey is not finished." Tomas nodded, disappointment tempered by curiosity. He looked out the window, but there was nothing but thick fog, curling in silvery spirals that seemed almost alive. Somewhere in its depths, shapes moved, half-formed shadows of the passengers themselves, echoes of moments yet to be understood. Sir Edwin, seated across the carriage, fingered the hilt of his sword as his gaze drifted toward the front of the train. He had walked through his own station, confronted the memories of the men he had failed to protect, and yet a weight lingered. The weight of unspoken truths, the weight of survival, the weight of all the decisions he had left unexamined. "Why do you carry us here?" He asked the conductor suddenly, his voice harsh with curiosity and frustration. "Why bring us into corridors and stations that are not real? What is the point of memories that cannot change the past?" The conductor paused, leaning lightly against the polished wood rail. His coat shimmered faintly in the lantern light, threads of silver glinting like ripples of moonlight. His eyes held the weight of centuries, patient yet aware of the urgency in Edwin's tone. "Memories," he said slowly, "are not to be rewritten. They are to be understood. A change comes not by denying what was, but by bearing it, by acknowledging it fully, and by accepting what must follow." Edwin clenched his fists, and if one cannot bear it, the conductor's gaze softened. Then the train bears it for you for a time. But the burden will follow silently until it is confronted. Old Marta's eyes filled with tears as she listened. She thought of the bakery, the bread, her husband's forgiving smile that had lingered in the dream station like a gentle echo. She had carried decades of regret without realizing how heavy they were, and now she understood that the train had been helping her carry them. Ilara sat quietly, folding the letter on her lap again. The ink still glowed faintly in the dim carriage light, responding to the journey as though alive. She remembered the unfinished sentences, the hesitations of youth, the fears she had held close to her heart. She had confronted the station of her own making and now felt a quiet stirring, understanding that the past, though immutable, need not dictate the future. The conductor moved through the carriage, his presence subtle but impossible to ignore. He stopped at each passenger, observing, weighing, listening. When he reached Tomas, he knelt to meet the boy's gaze. "Do you know why the train chose you?" he asked. Tomas shook his head. I just wanted to find my grandfather." The conductor smiled faintly. "The train does not carry only those who seek someone else. It carries those who seek themselves. You are ready to learn, and the song your grandfather promised is part of that understanding. But first," his gaze drifted to the windows, which now shimmered with fleeting images, fog, light, and glimpses of other stations yet to come. "First, you must understand the weight of unspoken truths." A soft murmur passed through the carriage. Passengers had begun to sense it. The train was speaking not with words, but with movement, light, and memory. Every sway, every hum, every flicker of the lantern seemed deliberate, measured, and yet full of emotion. Sir Edwin's hand rested lightly on the armrest as he stared at the passing fog. Shadows moved outside, twisting and bending in impossible ways. He realized suddenly that some of the soldiers he had lost were not merely memories. They were warnings, lessons in courage and failure wrapped in quiet patience. And the train had carried him to them so he could see himself clearly, without the armor of denial. Old Marta pressed her hands together, remembering every unspoken word with her husband, every kindness left unacknowledged, every quiet grief that had built up over years. The train had given her a moment to reconcile with those shadows, and in doing so, she felt a subtle lightness she had not known for decades. Elara's letter glowed again. The words, once unfinished, now pulsed with soft energy. She could almost hear the voice of the man who had left it unfinished, and yet she understood that his absence had been a lesson in patience, in courage, and in forgiveness. The train had brought her here not to give answers, but to guide her toward understanding. Tomas' eyes widened as the conductor extended his hand toward the boy. "Do you hear it?" the conductor asked. "Hear what?" Tomas whispered. "The song that waits for you," the conductor replied. "It is not yet for the lips, but for the heart. It carries the truths you have not yet spoken aloud." The whistle in Tomas' hands vibrated faintly, a prelude to a melody as old as the train itself. Tomas felt the pulse in the floor beneath him, the rhythm of the hum aligning with his own heartbeat. The air smelled faintly of pine, rain-soaked earth, and distant hearths, comforting, yet strange. Sir Edwin rose slowly, realizing that the train's corridors were more than wood and steel. They were lessons, vessels of understanding, spaces in which the passengers' unspoken truths were given form. Each station, each reflection, each vision served a purpose, the revelation of self before the revelation of destination. Old Marta smiled softly. "It's teaching us," she said to no one in particular. "The train, it's teaching us how to forgive ourselves, even when we cannot forgive others." Elara nodded, feeling the glow of the letter in her hands. "And how to face what we fear," she added. Tomas pressed the whistle gently to his lips, letting a single note hum in the carriage. The train responded immediately, a gentle vibration that resonated through every passenger, echoing into the corners of memory and dream. The fog outside seemed to shimmer in response, folding, bending, and revealing fleeting glimpses of stations yet to come. The conductor watched each of them with quiet approval. "The weight of unspoken truths is not meant to crush you," he said. "It is meant to guide you. And now, having seen, having heard, having felt, you are ready to continue. The next station awaits those willing to confront the edges of themselves that even they fear to touch." Outside the windows, the fog parted slightly, revealing shapes that suggested mountains, rivers, and valleys, but none that belonged to the ordinary world. They were landscapes born of memory, dreams, and possibilities, each more intricate and alive than the last. The passengers settled back into their seats, hearts heavy yet lightened by understanding. The train hummed beneath them, a living entity, carrying not only bodies but souls, thoughts, regrets, and hopes. The conductor returned to the front of the carriage. "We move now," he said. "Prepare yourselves." Some truths cannot be revealed gently. Some must be faced directly in the light of understanding, in the silence of your own hearts. And the next station is not forgiving. It demands honesty above all else. The train accelerated. The hum deepened into a resonant, almost musical vibration. Lanterns flickered softly, shadows stretching across the carriage walls. Outside, the fog swirled in complex, impossible shapes, teasing the imagination, daring the passengers to recognize the forms. Sir Edwin gripped the hilt of his sword, not for battle, but for courage. Old Marta held her hands in her lap, steadying herself. Ilara folded her glowing letter carefully, preparing for whatever awaited. Tomas rested his hand on the whistle, ready to listen. And the midnight train, alive, aware, and patient, moved into the unknown. Somewhere ahead, in the shifting fog and the spaces between memory and dream, the next station waited. Its doors were open, its lessons hidden, its truths unspoken. And all who traveled upon the midnight train knew, silently, that nothing would ever be the same again. Shadows that could not be avoided. The train moved faster now. The hum beneath the carriages had thickened into a deep, sonorous vibration that resonated through the bones of everyone aboard. The lantern light flickered along the walls, soft and wavering, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch further with each passing moment. It was no longer merely a glow. It was a signal, a guide toward what had been avoided, ignored, or forgotten. Tomas pressed his hand to the wooden window, the whistle warming in his palm. Outside, the fog swirled in chaotic patterns. Unlike before, this fog felt heavy, dense, and purposeful. Within its folds moved shapes that were not quite solid, not quite shadows, but glimpses of forgotten moments, neglected decisions, and faces from long ago. They drifted close, circling the train like silent watchers. Sir Edwin's eyes narrowed. His sword rested on his lap, though it offered no protection here. The shadows beyond the window were not enemies to be struck down. They were reminders, pressing toward him, demanding recognition. A chill ran down his spine. "The train is showing them," he murmured. "Everything we tried to ignore." Old Marta held her hands in her lap, her eyes reflecting the lanterns. The fog pressed against the glass like fingers, tracing the outlines of people she had hurt, choices she had avoided, kindnesses she had withheld in fear. The shadows were not threatening. They were insistent, patient. Waiting for acknowledgement, Ilara's letter pulsed in her hands, faintly glowing. The man she had loved, the words he had left unfinished, the silences between them, all these took shape in the mist, folding in and out of view. The air smelled of rain and wood smoke, comforting yet strange, as if the train itself was breathing around her. The conductor appeared at the head of the carriage, his presence calm but commanding. He did not speak immediately. He simply observed, letting the passengers absorb the weight of what the train now carried to them. Finally, he spoke. "Shadows are not enemies. They are fragments of what you have refused to see. They cannot harm you unless you deny them." Tomas swallowed hard. "But what if they're too much?" The conductor knelt beside him. "Then you face them one at a time. The train will guide you, but only you can step forward. Sir Edwin clenched his jaw. The shadows pressed closer outside, flickering between shapes of the men he had lost in battle and the moments he had failed them. Their eyes seemed to ask a question without words. Why did you survive? He stood abruptly, startling the other passengers. I cannot hide from this anymore, he said. His voice was low, resolute. I will face it. The conductor nodded. Then go. Let the shadows speak and let yourself respond. The corridor opened before him as if anticipating his choice. Each step echoed softly on the polished wood. The train shifted subtly beneath his feet, a silent encouragement. The shadows outside bent toward the carriage, pressing closer to the windows, curious, expectant. Inside, Sir Edwin entered a room bathed in soft amber light. The walls were lined with stone, carved with the faint images of battlefields, banners, and fallen men. There were no doors except the one he had entered. At the center stood the young soldier he had failed to save, eyes wide and filled with silent accusation. You survived, the soldier said, voice quiet but firm, and yet you carry nothing of what we lost. Edwin swallowed hard. I thought I was protecting the many. I failed you, and I have carried that silence for decades. The soldier stepped forward, then speak it aloud. Carry it now. Edwin's voice broke. I am sorry. I failed you, and I cannot undo it, but I will not leave the rest of them forgotten. The soldier's form shimmered, half dissolving into the light. Then you are ready, he said softly, fading away. The walls of the room seemed to release a subtle warmth, the shadows retreating slightly. Meanwhile, old Marta's passage had opened into a familiar courtyard bathed in twilight. The shadows were there, faces of neighbors she had ignored, hands she had withheld from help, the unspoken grief of those around her. Each shadow lingered patiently, waiting. I am sorry, she whispered, for every kindness I withheld, for every fear I allowed to dictate my actions. I forgive myself now, and I hope you forgive me too. The shadows shimmered, lightening as if her words had lifted a weight. The courtyard glowed faintly with warmth, the fog retreating into gentle swirls. The Lara stepped through a corridor lined with mirrors, each reflecting not her face, but fragments of the life she feared she could never have. The choices she had made, the moments she had avoided, the love she had left unfinished. The shadows coalesced, forming shapes that pressed against the glass, demanding recognition. I cannot change what happened, she whispered, but I can forgive what I could not see. The mirrors shimmered. The shadows softened, retreating into the fog, leaving only the pale glow of understanding. Tomas walked into a clearing bathed in soft starlight, the whistle in his hands humming gently. His grandfather's figure stood there, waiting, patient, a hand extended. Around them, shadows of moments Tomas had never fully understood, times he had been afraid, moments he had not acted, hesitations that had cost him. Grandpa, he whispered. You have learned, his grandfather said, voice warm. You do not need to carry these alone. The train bears them with you, but now you understand. You are ready for what comes next. Tomas took a deep breath and blew gently into the whistle. The sound was soft, not a song yet, but a resonance that carried through the clearing, through the fog, through the train itself. The shadows lifted, folding back into memory, leaving only the warmth of understanding. As the passengers returned to their seats, quiet now, their hearts heavy with what they had faced but lightened by acknowledgement. The train hummed beneath them, alive, patient, aware. It carried more than just bodies. It carried memory, truth, and understanding. The conductor returned to his post at the front of the carriage. His eyes swept over the passengers, calm and knowing. The shadows could not be avoided, for they are part of you. You have faced them, and in doing so, you are ready to move forward. But ahead, the journey will test you not with memory alone, but with choice. Every decision you make from here will ripple through the train, through the fog, and through the story itself. Sir Edwin exhaled, gripping the edge of his seat. Then we move forward, he said. Old Marta nodded silently. Ilara clutched her letter. Tomas held the whistle, a faint smile on his lips. The train exhaled, a deep, resonant sigh that seemed to acknowledge the courage, the forgiveness, and the understanding that had been earned. Outside, the fog swirled in intricate patterns, revealing glimpses of stations yet to come. Shapes moved within it, tall towers, bridges of stone, rivers that glowed faintly in the twilight. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, the passengers felt a sense of readiness. As the midnight train accelerated, the hum beneath them deep and strong. Lanterns flickered softly, shadows stretching along the walls, yet no longer threatening. The journey pressed onward, carrying all who were aboard toward the next chapter, a station that would confront not memory or shadow, but destiny itself. And the passengers understood, without words, that what lay ahead would demand more than courage. It would demand trust, trust in the train, in each other, and most importantly, in themselves. The fog parted just slightly, revealing shapes that could be real or imagined. Sir Edwin, old Marta, Ilara, and Tomas all looked forward, hearts steady, breath quiet, ready to meet the station where choices, not memories, would define the next steps of their journey. The train hummed in anticipation, alive with purpose, and moved forward into the unknown. The station where fate and choice converged. The train slowed gradually, the hum beneath the carriages lowering into a steady, almost reverent vibration. Lantern light stretched long shadows along the walls, flickering as though dancing in anticipation. The fog outside was thick now, heavier than ever, curling and coiling like living silk, obscuring all landmarks, yet hinting at shapes far ahead, towers, spires, bridges suspended in mist. Passengers felt the change immediately. There was a weight in the air, a tension that pressed against hearts and minds alike. This was no ordinary station, and the train itself seemed aware. Its pulse grew stronger, synchronizing with each heartbeat, each inhalation, each thought that dared to consider the unknown. Sir Edwin leaned forward, gripping the armrest of his seat. I feel it, he said. His voice was low, taut with anticipation. The train, it's preparing us for something. Old Marta nodded, her fingers resting on her lap, warm and trembling. I've felt every station before this, every shadow, every memory, she said quietly. But this is different. I can feel it in my bones. Ilara held the glowing letter tightly, watching the fog twist and shimmer outside. Her heart pounded. The letter had guided her through memory, reflection, forgiveness. But what lay ahead seemed to demand more than understanding. It demanded action, courage, and surrender to the unknown. Tomas gripped the whistle, its faint hum now resonating with the train itself. He could feel the vibrations in the soles of his feet, through the wood of the carriage, through the very air around him. Something waited ahead. Not a station of memory, nor of reflection, but of consequence. The conductor, standing at the head of the carriage, finally spoke. His voice carried over the hum, calm yet resonant. This is the station where fate and choice converge, he said. You will see what must be seen. You will decide what must be decided, and you will understand the weight of every step you take from this moment forward. The train glided into a clearing of fog that pulsed with a strange, golden light. Shapes began to coalesce into structures, a station of impossible design, with spires that reached upward like the fingers of giants, bridges crossing empty space, lanterns floating without strings, and a platform that seemed to curve infinitely into the mist. No doors marked its entrance. No signs guided the way. It was only the pulse, only the soft vibration, only the invitation to step forward. Sir Edwin was the first to rise. His sword, carried more as a symbol of courage than of battle, hung at his side. He stepped toward the corridor connecting to the new station. The air around him shimmered, pulling him forward like a gentle current. Shadows rose along the walls, familiar faces he had faced before, merging with new figures, choices unmade, promises unkept, lives that had depended on his actions. I understand now, he whispered. I am not alone in this. The train carries me forward, but I must choose my steps. Old Marta followed, stepping carefully into the corridor. The mist parted for her, revealing paths lined with fragments of lives she had touched, those she had helped and those she had failed. Each fragment shimmered in golden light. She paused, looking at them, and spoke softly. I choose to carry forward only what is necessary, to leave regret where it belongs and embrace what I have learned. Ilara's path was lined with mirrors again, but these were different. Each mirror reflected not memory, but possibility. The man who had left her letter unfinished now appeared in one mirror, smiling faintly. Another mirror showed a life she might have had courage guided her choices. Another showed a version of herself stronger, unafraid, decisive. I must choose, she whispered, her voice trembling. Not just forgive, not just remember, but decide. Which life, which path, which self-will I carry forward? Tomas followed last. His grandfather stood in the middle of a glowing platform, waiting patiently. Shadows of choices long avoided moved around them, flickering, stretching, and merging with the mist. The whistle hummed in Tomas' hands, responding to the pulse of the station. "You are ready," his grandfather said, "but here you must act. The train cannot guide you beyond this point. You must choose." The conductor spoke again, his voice calm but carrying authority. "This station will not wait. Every choice you make will shape the train, the fog, and the journey itself. Courage is required, but understanding alone is not enough." The passengers stepped forward, individually but aware of each other. Each faced the station differently, yet the pressure was the same. Fate had arrived, and choice was demanded. Sir Edwin's shadows approached, forming a corridor of battlefields, faces of soldiers, and moments of hesitation. He saw the consequences of every decision he had made in war, and every moment he had allowed fear to dictate his actions. He took a deep breath, gripping his sword. "I choose to remember, but to act with wisdom going forward," he whispered. "I cannot undo the past, but I can carry its lessons as a shield, not a burden." The shadows dissolved, folding into the mist like mist itself, acknowledging his choice. The platform pulsed softly, approving, steady. Old Marta faced the fragments of lives she had touched. They shimmered, warm and gentle, yet insistent. "I choose to forgive myself," she whispered, "and to carry forward the kindness I can offer without fear." The fragments lifted, swirling into a golden column of light, then dissipated gently, leaving her hands warm, her heart lighter. Zilara approached the mirrors, trembling. She looked into one, then another, then another. Possibility after possibility confronted her. I choose courage," she whispered finally. "I choose to act, to speak, to love where I can, to forgive myself for what I cannot change." The mirrors shimmered and bent toward her, reflecting a single path, glowing faintly in amber light. Her heart felt steady, her chest warmed, and the pulse of the train beneath her legs matched the rhythm of certainty. Tomas stepped forward to his grandfather. The shadows circled them, hesitant but present. He raised the whistle to his lips and blew gently. The note was soft, pure, yet carried a resonance that reached through the fog, through the train, through every passenger. The shadows lifted, folding into the mist. Light filled the platform, golden and steady, warm against the cool fog. The train hummed in harmony with the note, its pulse steady, alive and satisfied. The conductor's voice filled the station, calm, approving. "Every choice you make here resonates beyond the station. You have faced shadows, memories, possibilities, and truths. You have chosen, and the train acknowledges your courage." Sir Edwin exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of unspoken truths lift slightly. Old Marta's hands glowed faintly in warmth. Ilara's letter pulsed softly, complete. Tomas held the whistle close, feeling a new melody rise within him. The train began to move again. The station receded into the fog, leaving only a faint glow behind. Lanterns along the carriage walls flickered gently, shadows shortening, softening, no longer threatening. The conductor returned to his post. His eyes swept over the passengers, calm and knowing. "You have passed the test of fate and choice," he said, "but one station remains, the last. There all journeys converge. There the midnight train will reveal its final secret." The passengers sat quietly, hearts steady, minds alert, breaths measured. And outside, the fog swirled, but hints of light glimmered through, like threads leading to the ultimate destination. And as the train hummed beneath them, alive, aware, and patient, each passenger understood that what lay ahead would demand not only courage and understanding, but complete trust in the train, in each other, and in the unseen paths of destiny itself. The final embrace of the midnight train. The train's hum had deepened into a profound resonance, a vibration that seemed to reach into the very souls of the passengers. Every footstep, every breath, every heartbeat aligned with it, as though the midnight train itself had become a living conductor, guiding them to their ultimate destination. Outside, the fog had thinned into a shimmering silver mist, curling and twisting into shapes that suggested mountains, forests, rivers, and distant cities, but all unreal, ethereal, dreamlike. The platform ahead began to materialize, a station unlike any they had seen before. Its architecture seemed impossibly fluid, arches that rose and bent in quiet elegance, bridges that disappeared into nothingness, lanterns floating without chains, and soft pools of light on the platform's cobblestone floor. Sir Edwin, seated near the window, tightened his grip on his sword, not for defense but for courage. He had faced his shadows, his memories, and his choices. Now all that remained was to step fully into whatever awaited. This is it," he whispered, voice low. "The final station." Old Marta held her hands together on her lap. Her heart beat steadily, her chest warm with the understanding of years she had reconciled, memories she had forgiven, and kindnesses she had promised to carry forward. The station ahead seemed to welcome her, bending light gently, as if acknowledging her readiness. Ilara's letter glowed softly in her hands. The ink shimmered with quiet energy, a reflection not only of what had been written, but of what she had chosen to embrace: courage, forgiveness, and possibility. Her heart swelled with a mix of anticipation and calm. She felt ready. Tomas held the wooden whistle tightly, its surface warm beneath his fingers. The figure of his grandfather waited at the center of the platform, a gentle smile on his face. Around him, shadows of past fears, regrets, and unspoken words hovered, but they no longer pressed, no longer threatened. They waited patiently, dissolving gently into the mist. The conductor appeared at the front of the carriage, stepping forward into the soft golden light of the final station. His presence was steady, calm, filled with quiet authority. "This station," he said softly, "is unlike any before. Here no shadows linger, no memories must be faced. Here, all who have traveled together may understand the full measure of the journey, and each may embrace what they have learned." The train slowed to a gentle glide, rolling smoothly onto the platform. The lanterns along the edges of the carriage flickered in greeting, their glow warm and welcoming. A soft melody hummed beneath the train, a song that seemed older than the world itself, carrying echoes of laughter, whispers, footsteps, and quiet breaths. Sir Edwin rose first. The shadows of his past had dissolved into understanding, leaving him steady and calm. He stepped onto the platform, feeling the cobblestones beneath his boots. The light caressed his face, soft and forgiving. He exhaled slowly, realizing for the first time in decades that courage was not measured by victories alone, but by the willingness to face oneself fully. Old Marta followed, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the warmth of the station wrap around her like a familiar blanket. The faces of loved ones, friends, neighbors, all of whom she had carried in memory, appeared faintly in the glow of the lanterns. She smiled softly, a heart-lightening warmth filling her chest. The train had brought her here not to change the past, but to embrace it. Lara stepped forward, her letter still glowing faintly. The mirrors she had faced in the dream stations had disappeared, replaced by gentle pools of reflective light. And she saw herself, not as she had been, nor as she might have feared to be, but as she could now become, brave, patient, and willing to act with love and kindness. She smiled, realizing that the choice she had made at the previous station had guided her fully here. Tomas ran to his grandfather, who opened his arms in a quiet embrace. The mist around them shimmered like woven silver threads, folding the past and the present together. Tomas pressed the whistle to his lips and blew gently. The note was soft, pure, and resonant. It carried through the station, through the fog, through the midnight train itself. The conductor observed silently, nodding faintly. You have each carried your memories, faced your shadows, embraced your choices, and arrived here ready. Now you understand. The train does not merely carry passengers. It carries growth, courage, understanding, and the threads that weave a life fully realized. Sir Edwin looked around the station. The fog beyond the edges shimmered, revealing fleeting glimpses of other stations they had passed, all part of a single, flowing journey. He felt the weight of regret lift from his shoulders, replaced by quiet strength. Old Marta reached out, touching the mist, and for a moment, the station seemed to fold into her palms. Every kindness she had offered, every unspoken word of forgiveness, every act of love, all of it pulsed back at her, affirming her presence, her choices, her journey. Lara unfolded her letter and released it into the gentle breeze of the station. The words glowed and lifted, floating upward, joining the lanterns in the sky, casting soft illumination on the platform. Her heart felt light, her spirit free of hesitation and fear. Tomas' grandfather stepped back, his figure dissolving slightly into the soft, golden mist. "You have learned," he said. "And in learning, you have embraced the song I promised, the melody of understanding, the resonance of life itself. Carry it with you always." The conductor stepped closer to Tomas, placing a hand gently on the boy's shoulder. "Every journey has an end," he said softly, but every end carries a beginning. The train returns to the fog, the shadows to memory, and the stations to dream. But what you carry forward will never fade. The passengers gathered together at the center of the platform. Lanterns floated above them, casting soft golden light. The fog swirled gently, shaping itself into faint, comforting figures. Friends long gone, loved ones remembered, and faces of hope yet to come. It was a gentle, cozy embrace, warm as a hearth in winter, and serene as the quiet after snowfall. Thomas looked at Sir Edwin, old Marta, and Alara. "We did it," he whispered. "We came all the way." "Yes," Edwin said, voice soft but firm. "Not alone and not without learning. The train brought us together, and now we know ourselves better." Old Marta nodded, a gentle smile illuminating her face. "It is enough," she said. "It always was." Alara's gaze swept the station. "And it will stay with us," she said. "Even after the train is gone, even after the fog returns, even after everything." The train itself shuddered once, a soft vibration that seemed like a sigh of contentment. Its lanterns glowed brighter, shadows softened, and the fog, ever present, shimmered and rolled gently around the station. The conductor turned, raising a hand in silent farewell. "Remember this, the train carries more than journeys. It carries understanding, courage, forgiveness, and choice. Each station, each shadow, each melody, each memory, all part of a journey that is yours alone, and yet shared with those who travel beside you." The passengers felt the truth of his words resonate deep within them. They were no longer mere travelers. They were bearers of understanding, of choice, of courage and warmth. Thomas pressed the whistle to his lips once more. As the note rose, soft and lingering, blending with the hum of the train, the whisper of the fog, the glow of lanterns, and the quiet laughter of memories finally reconciled. Outside, the fog began to swirl back, gentle and protective, hiding the station from ordinary eyes, folding it into dreamlike realms that existed only for those who had walked the journey fully. As the midnight train hummed beneath them, alive, eternal, and patient, waiting for the next passengers who might someday wander into its corridors of memory and choice. Sir Edwin, old Marta, Alara, and Thomas turned together, standing quietly on the platform. The warmth of the lanterns, the comfort of the mist, and the quiet glow of understanding surrounded them like a soft embrace. No words were needed. The journey had ended, yet in its ending, it had opened something far greater. A serene, joyful, enduring knowledge that every life, every choice, and every memory was part of a vast, beautiful melody, one that could be carried forward, gently always. And with that, the midnight train sighed softly, its lanterns dimming to a calm glow. The fog rolled gently around it, hiding its tracks from the waking world. The passengers remained on the platform a moment longer, hearts warm, spirits light, and minds filled with quiet joy. The train would move again in time, carrying new travelers, new shadows, new reflections. But for now, the journey was complete. And as the mist wrapped around the station, the passengers felt the quiet certainty that some journeys, some melodies, and some warmth are eternal. The night was calm. The fog was soft, and the midnight train waited, patient, ready, and alive.
There's nothing else you need to listen for now. Just let your breathing stay slow and easy. If you're still awake, that's okay. And if you're drifting off, let yourself go gently. I'll be right here next time. Rest well and good night.